What's up, everybody? Good to see each and every one of you. Hope everyone's doing friggin' awesome today. We're gonna have some fun today for a little while on a Saturday. Gonna be good. What's up, Cursed? Kazendo, hello, hello. What's up, Kovir's? Many murderous murders of alien scumbags coming your way. Jat, Zionzi, what's going on? Good to see all of you. Hope you're all having an awesome weekend so far. Thanks for joining me for some of it. Volteris, what's up? Nice. How is everyone? Another day in paradise. I get to be here playing a fun game with awesome people. I get to enjoy a Dr. Pepper. I get to have some water. I got my dog right there, and I hope you'll all forgive me the indulgence of eating, but I've got a piece of pizza to enjoy as well. Thanks to all of you. I ordered a couple small pizzas last night because I didn't want to cook, and it was the one treat that I'm gonna allow myself for a while. And that was all because of some of you. Thank you. So, I didn't want to delay starting. You guys probably won't mind me noshing on a couple pieces of pizza for a few minutes while we get going. So I had talked yesterday about, or the day before, about trying to start at 11 my time instead of noon, and we're on the other side of noon. It's probably just a bunch of excuses, but it's really hard for me to shift my schedule, especially with my sleep having been so miserable for years. It's not like that's a new thing, right? So, but that is going to be the goal for next Saturday, is to start at 11 a.m. my time instead of noon or 1. That way I can give you guys an extra 45 minutes or an hour, since I haven't been able to go quite as late on Saturdays recently, which is my own fault, but trying to balance a number of things. This is the most important of those things, and I'm shifting the other stuff accordingly. So, we're in a tough spot in a way in the current game, so lot to talk about there, but let's knock out an intro and then we can talk more about the game. I took my allergy meds. Hopefully they kick in before too long, so you guys aren't hearing me sniffle and sneeze the entirety of the day. Let's go. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, whatever time it is for you, wherever you are. Ladies, gentlemen, and everybody else, thanks for being here. I'm The Voice, and this is The Echo, where everybody has a voice. That means me, you, our games, our characters, our stories, our heroes and villains, successes and failures, the ups and downs, the good, the bad, the wins, the losses, and all things sci-fi and fantasy, particularly and especially gaming. This is a place where we come together to enjoy those things alongside challenging gameplay in a chill environment as part of an awesome community of amazing people. That's each and every one of you. Whether it's your first time here, whether you're a long-time regular, whether you're a lurker or a chatter, whether you recently returned to the stream, stumbled in by accident, got here through a raid one day, found us on YouTube, are tuning in on the YouTube side live, or have no earthly idea how you got here. The time you choose to spend here is awesome and amazing and extremely valuable to me, so thank you very much for that, and thank you very much for all the ways you guys choose to support the stream, the channel, the community, and me, and give me the continued opportunity to create this space, curate this experience, and share some good times, good vibes, and good games with a great group of awesome people. Today we are continuing XCOM UFO Defense Hard Mode Expansion Mod, Campaign 3, my third time. We're on our 4th attempts to get a run going. This is the best start we've had yet, but we've got some challenges in front of us. So let's jump over to the game, evaluate those challenges, and see if we can keep it going. All right, we started building containment. It should finish before the end of the month. Yes, it will. And that will ensure that a lab ship spawns next month, but we have to win that, or at least take down the commander and loot his data slate. I guess you don't necessarily have to win the mission, right? If you somehow located the commander and got the data slate, you could pick it up and then you could bail. So I guess that's a tiny bit of additional leeway you can find potentially, but yeah. Right, what's the chance of finding it? It's tiny, but if you were down to like 2 soldiers and there was only 1 or 2 aliens left, and you were playing, you know, Ring Around the Rosie trying to find each other, and you checked bodies as you moved and found the data slate, you could then attempt to bail, knowing that you're likely going to lose a 2v2 against plasma weaponry. So it's a tiny little additional glimmer of hope. I still think it's a bad way to do the data slate. I've talked about that a lot. I'm going to try not to hang up on it too much today. Currently, our score is super negative because they built a base over here, and that base building fleet costs us roughly 1,500 points. If we do the base, and it's a success, with minor losses, we recoup most of that point loss. More to that, every day that that base exists, it's costing us 30 additional points, 35. So taking out that alien base gets us 1,400 points back and mitigates 35 points a day. I have to take out that base now, or I have to do it next month when I also have the lab ship in front of me, or else we're going to lose on score. Alex, I don't know if the data slate has been given enough resilience to survive explosions. I don't actually know. That's a good question. So, Franz, good to see you. Canis, welcome back for 17 total months of Tier 1. Thank you very much, and welcome back to the Echo. Glad to have you here. The music is awesome. All right. We also don't know what this base is. It could be sectoids. In which case, it's very difficult to take out. Ay. Need more proxies if I'm gonna do it. I think I have to go after it. See, this is where I really wish I had this done already and alloy ammo, but because I had to rush towards this, again, continuing issues of the way the data slate is now in the game. I'm not going to do that, Cursed, because I dislike the fact that it regenerates the base. It feels very non-Iron Man to me. I understand that it may be necessary to withdraw and go back, and I can maybe lure that out in my head as some way that the aliens have accomplished a reorganization of their base at that point. But to do it to try to get a proper spawn is probably the optimal thing to do, but it just always feels weird to me. Yeah, but that doesn't work out, because if we were only in one section, we always manage to be in the section where the control center is. If the base is massive, the entrances wouldn't be anywhere near the control center, and we would never get close to it. So that doesn't work either. Right, and the supply rooms would not be anywhere near the command center. So... this is try number 4. We don't have soldiers named. This next mission is probably going to be what determines if I name soldiers or not, because it'll kind of determine if this month is going to work or not. I want to check something. Bear with me a moment. Life forms. Of course. None of the stats are listed. Look at it in the mod file itself. It's information I should already know, but... Rule set, armors, cyber disk. There's no particular resilience to stun. But if it checks against the armor, their armor almost negates it by default. So if it's a less than standard roll, it'll do less, it won't do anything. And if it's a more than standard, it would have to be a more than standard roll to do any amount of stun that would be relevant. That's what I was checking, yeah, Cursed. See if there was something that, if that was a way to go, but you're still talking a ton of time unit usage to try to get enough of those on one. Oh, damn it. Not trying to hide that. Obviously don't want to be getting close to stuff anyway, but... I'm wondering about a tank rocket launcher. Is that worth taking up 4 soldier slots? It's not the number of soldiers that's generally the thing. But a tank is going to be... I think it's 12. 12. That's only a small increase, realistic. I mean, it's a 50% increase, but it's a small number to begin with. I'm gonna have a piece of my pizza while I contemplate. Can't be mutons yet. At least we know that. It can't even be snakemen yet. So... it is either sectoids or floaters, and possibly a mixed crew of those two. But I don't know if bases start getting mixed crews so early. Alright, well, this is the job of the XCOM commander. Gotta just deal with it. Let's get these things ordered. Order some replacements, because we're probably gonna need them. Alright, as soon as these things arrive, whatever it is, we're going after it. Well, I'm bringing high-X ammo as well, Cursed, so, yeah. All right. Let's see who's going. Not Baros. She wounded. All right. Ah. Strength is too low. Other stats are great. Strength is too low. Rinkus might make it. Marati is in. Samedo is in. Moreno is in. Kanakana, yeah, he can carry one of the autocannons. Adams is in. Probably, but Atala is in. Dovan is in. We have 3 drones on. Okay, good. T-Ducks. Dude.
It be that time again. Months go by fast.
They do go by fast. Welcome back to the Echo. Thank you for 18 months, T-Ducks. That's absolutely awesome. All right, let's get some rookies in there who've got some decent strength. You can probably do okay. Lopez. One more. Celeste. Opico. I think you're the winner. Yep. Okay. Trying to send some ranked people, but not all of our ranked people in case losses and so forth. Sorry, guys. A Sky Striker would be awesome, but because of the way the data slate is now implemented, no choice. All right. We'll do loadouts at the base, since we're going to load up on excess equipment. Basically useless in a base, so take that off. Probably not going to use rocket launchers, but... Stop it! All right. Let's do it to it. That was the first base. Yeah, everything else is basically dead in the water. So. It's just that. Here we go. Floaters, 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 be floaters, be floaters, be floaters, be floaters. Mm. Okay. Close together. This is an edge. This is a corner. So there's one cell to the corner. Equipment pile is here. Double drone here. That's okay. All in all, that's pretty decent. Big garden between, not ideal. One auto here. Okay, one auto on that side, which means there's 3 over here. Which means there's not as many shotgunners over here. Not ideal, but we'll cope. Fuck. Fuck! And they're right on top of us, basically. If there's sectoids, this is probably already over. Let me see. How do I deal with this? I gotta think here for a second before I get too rash about it. I don't know if I can do a sectoid base. Like, this is so bad. Yeah, but as soon as we have to spend more than 1 turn firing at a disc, they see us, they mind control, we die. It's not really my choice. That's the problem. The choice was taken away by the way the game was designed. So choice is not the correct word there, because I don't have a choice. Ah, motherfucker, they were already kneeling. Yeah, we're not going to be saving and loading, so that's not what we're here to do. So trying a different time, like, it's going to be a sectoid base no matter when I do it, and it's going to be a long time before I can evaluate size strength, and I can't have a base sitting there taking 35 points a day away from me while it exists, because that's exactly what they do. $35 points a day when I'm already in a bad shape with score. There's one on the lift. And you know it has time unit, so it's not even like I can start shooting at it. It'll reaction fire. What's the voxel? Nah, no vision because of how low it is to the ground. If this goes badly, it'll basically be a restart, so just so you guys are prepared. And the overwhelming likelihood is that it goes badly. Could have just done a snapshot there. Because they don't have extra incendiary on this side. Now the problem is that if it's seen more than this drone, and this soldier will be psi revealed now, so... No, but I had another soldier who I should have taken single shots, because I had two other soldiers over here who could have taken single shots and not wasted 2 shots of my relatively limited ammo. There's another one right there. One disc down. That's it. He threw a smoke at us. The problem is I don't have a way to knock him out. So that disc saw him, which means now they see all of these soldiers and it's over. Like, that's it. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, hold on. I don't know what the fuck is going on with this stupid chat program, but it just keeps spamming back in the YouTube chat, like, over and over and over again. Why on earth would you allow sectoid bases to go up so early? You make a mode where you basically force the character to take on bases because you've made them so detrimental. If they last for any amount of time, they rip your score down and spawn missions. And then you allow it to be sectoids who have mind control before the player, even in an optimal situation, has any chance of ever getting to psionics. Even psionic evaluation, let alone actual psionics. Yeah, it's not about the one mind control. This soldier has now seen all of these soldiers, which means all of these soldiers can now be targeted for mind control. Fuck. Why did that go in their backpack? I put it there, or I just picked it up. But still, damn it. Come on! Damn it, kid. I was supposed to drop that, and I didn't.
Hello there.
He's gonna die. Bob, thank you so much for gifting 5 subs to the community. Good to see you today. Yeah, this isn't gonna go well. Like... Thank you so much, Bob. He died. Lopez looks to be the other one who got targeted. Alright, Lopez into the corner. I don't know why it's playing the chime for every one of them, but sure. Yeah, that's kind of annoying. It never has done that before. Thank you so much for the gifted subs. No, just sometimes it arbitrarily decides to do it for each one instead of just... Yeah. Yeah, the problem isn't one soldier getting stunned. You stun that soldier, and then they just mind control the next one down the line. If all your people are either mind controlled or on the ground, you have 2 soldiers to fight off cyber discs. It's not an answer. It's not even part of an answer, unfortunately. What's up? Hello, hello. Yep. Only a little bit more to go. The problem is I'm not setting up to kill the sectoids. Son of a bitch! He wasn't even in scanner range, and he was able to get a shot off? Hellgraph, if you stun them and then medkit them back up, they just get mind-controlled again. Like, it doesn't change their psi strength being low. So whatever just shot there is more than 10 tiles away. Glad you're able to tune in as well, Serge. No, you can't get any action out of them, because if you put equipment in their hands, and then they get mind-controlled, it's a problem. Like, it's not just not ideal, it doesn't work. Right. If they get mind-controlled, they then see these soldiers who can then be mind-controlled or panicked. Psionics this early are a problem. They were a problem in the vanilla game, let alone in fucking hard mode. The problem is that it doesn't work, because the moment one soldier is mind-controlled, he sees all the other soldiers in the same area as him. So you stun him, but then the rest of them remain completely viable psionic targets. So all you've done now is just basically what we've done here, lost a soldier, and everyone else is still vulnerable. Stunning them doesn't change that. I don't think we're going to be able to do this. They haven't even been seen, so there's psi sense involved. They haven't been visually seen by an enemy and got psi attacked, so there's psi sense involved apparently as well. That makes these bases in the early game essentially impossible. Side sense is that they can see the soldier if they're within a certain distance, regardless of if they ever actually get line of sight of the soldier. Which they're not supposed to. It must be turned on for all psionic enemies. Well, I didn't set it that way. That's the mod author programmed it that way. I didn't make this mod. But it does seem that over the last 2 updates, they've basically turned the early game into fuck the player. Yeah, there's like no way. I'm not going to be able to catch any supply ships. It's on the other side of the world right now. And sectoid supply ships have psionic leaders. Damn. So pointless. Great soldier. He had great stats. So now I'm guaranteed to lose this month on score, like have a negative score this month, because there's nothing I can do about it. It's dipping even lower. It's gonna dip another 700 points before the end of the month, because I just can't do anything about it. I cannot take that base out until I can evaluate size strength. There's just no way. Which means that base is going to sit there just destroying score at a rate of about 1,000 a month until we can take it out. Not to mention, it's gonna spawn sectoid terror missions and What can drones do? You send 14 drones, they don't have offensive weapons. They can't do anything. Even if you could. You can, the maximum amount of HWPs for a Sky Ranger is 3. Even if you send 3 tanks, they don't have enough ammo to take out everything in an alien base. Avoiding a terror mission's not going to help. Right, I still can't evaluate the psi strength of the soldier, so any soldier I send, even if they have good psi strength, is going to be the only one being psi targeted, or a limited number of them. It's not possible. It's not a calculated risk, I'm telling you it's not possible. 2 tanks doesn't have the ammo to do it. 3 tanks, as soon as you lose 1 to 1 random shot, and you're out a third of your ammo. It isn't possible. Son of a bitch. Well, that doesn't help you psi evaluate them, Sundance, because if they just get shot, they could have had 100 psi strength and then just died to being shot. And bravery doesn't help enough against psionics. Bronze, we're not reloading. We're playing Iron Man, so no saving and loading. That's off the table. I'm not quitting until the game beats me, but we're basically there. But we're not giving up. I have to decide now on what I'm doing as far as naming soldiers, because I was going to kind of do it post that base, but we didn't do the base. Rocketeer. Okay. Should have checked hers as well. She's only got a couple kills. Heavy cannon. All right. Well, the negative scores, we're going to take a negative score this month. There's literally nothing we can do. Even, like, we would have to have a huge number of very successful missions to even get close to a 0 score, let alone... Because every day that base exists, it's taking another 35 score from us. So, for the next 15 days, it's continuing to wreck our score. We don't know what size ship... We know it's a small, but we don't know what type of small this is, so... Well, we know it's sectoids. It's a medium scout? Pistol probably can't kill the tank. Good. That's how a tank should be, at least against the smallest of, you know, opposing firepowers. It should be resilient. Awesome. Sweet. Cool. Alright, one down. Where is the shot? Did it disappear? It's not good. Not good. Thank you.
Hello, Mr. V. Hello, chat.
Hey, Count. Welcome back for 36 months, 18 months at Tier 2. That is absolutely awesome. Thank you so much for the continued amazing support, and welcome back to the Echo. Glad to have you here, man. It sucks. It's a tough spot. We're going to lose this month on score, and we're just going to do the best we can. Because complaining about it's not going to change it, and I'm going to try to maintain some degree of positive possibility, so... It ain't much, but that's what we try to do. Bro, you are so much better than that. Got him. Got him. Yeah, so there's one in the cave. Or no, he's not in the cave. He has to be standing right there. Because if he was in the cave, he'd be in the terrain. He's standing on a proximity grenade, I can tell you that. We've had campaigns of hard mode in the past that were really bad on score, and let's try to push through. We had, we've had situations where even at the current scoring penalty, we had multiple bases existing at the same time. It's a balancing act, but we're just facing that a little earlier than I wanted to or anticipated. We'll see what we can do. If I want to actually, play at Iron Man, then that also means allowing it to pose the challenge to me and seeing if I can overcome it, not just reloading even if it seems like it's basically done. Well, the first base is floaters. This is the second base. Holy shit. So, was that a fucker who set off a proximity grenade? Or was he inside, actually? He is inside, and yet it set off the proximity that was way above him? That's weird. Yeah, because when a base building fleet shows up, it costs you 1,500 score, and then a base costs you roughly 1,000 score a month for as long as it exists. They're good throwing. Yeah, I mean, it's not an incredible score, but it's the best they have, and they're working with it. I don't think there's a shot there. No. Okay. All right. Yeah, not everything has to go perfectly. We've just gotten super unlucky that a lot of things have gone badly. We got a low end of RNG this run, for sure. Except the fact that I managed to successfully do the first 2 terror missions with almost no losses. It's a weird spot. We're in a weird spot. Even with smoke on it, it's... Because it's standing on a proximity grenade. And it didn't have to move to take that shot, even with a smoke grenade covering there. Annoying. Bro, find the line of fire. He's not that short. Okay. I mean, I don't disagree with a lot of what you guys are saying. I have not been quiet about the fact that I think that the last couple updates for hard mode have basically taken away a bunch of the tools that worked for the player and nullified them, and it seems very anti-player. And I understand that it's hard mode, but it feels like it's trending towards, I don't want you to beat this mode. Certainly not on Iron Man. Good shot. So, if it's proxy there, one guy in this cave, one guy in this cave, that's the last. There's only 12 here. So he's right there. Medium ships, Frosted. Abductors and harvesters also have sectoid leaders on them, which are psionic. Well, sectoids aren't psionically weak, either. I mean, they're not ethereals, but that's not really a good metric to measure through. Because psionic attack, especially if they have psi sense and can just be standing underneath in an alien base, for example, and psi attack us through the roof, distance doesn't matter, and even with a low psi strength, they can land an attack. There is still another one. All right. Oh. Found him. Somehow. Bro. Cool. All right. Cool. It's a tiny bit. It's a tiny bit. All right, let's see. Well, the problem is it's going the other way, too, still. Yeah, the only problem with that curse is when you're like, hey, that soldier's got a low psi strength, and then he throws a high X and kills 5 people. Yeah, you know he has a low psi strength, but your game's over. Okay. Pretty average. Kind of below average. All right. Yeah, I mean, the long and short of that is it's not a way that you can evaluate your psi strength. It's just not. If you get information out of that by luck, great, but it's not something you can bank on. Or control in any way. Good. This is a pretty short one. That's a really short one. Hello, shotgun shells. All right. We're a long way off from Scilab. We still have to finish the... Here, let me look. Let me look at the research tree here. A long way off. And it's going to mean fighting at least one psionic alien to do it. We need to do Illyrium 115 research, Mind Probe research, No. Yeah, so we don't need those. We need alien threat, we need a live psionic alien interrogation, then psionics, then we have to interrogate both a medic and an engineer, and then do the Scilab, and then build the Scilab. I was able to do it relatively early in my previous campaign because I didn't have to freaking rush this. The data slate's a problem still. That's all. Going even further down. Okay. The reason I'm not naming soldiers right now is this campaign is on the edge of ending, and I don't want to spend an hour assigning and naming soldiers and then just have it end, so... Yeah, we're nowhere close to lasers. That has gone up. So there's either more activity or it just continues to count the base. South America's got a spike. North Africa, we just did a mission there. Okay. Okay. Gonna take a while. All right. Oh, that's retaliation scouting since we didn't shoot down a UFO over there. What the fuck is that? Are they building another base? That's a very large, which could be a lab ship. I have to go after that. I have to go after that. Because that could be a lab ship. I didn't get to see its max speed because it was already slowed down when we detected it. But it's going to be in the daylight, and it could be a lab ship. And even if it's not, if it's a battleship, that's a big score. All right. Oh, we might not get it in the daylight. Okay, that's fine. Doesn't matter. I'm still taking the tank, I think. I think I'm still taking the tank. Depends on what's built. It depends on how the base is going up. There, according to the files of the mod, yes. If you successfully assault the battleship, there's supposed to be a chance. But I've never seen it work out that way, so... And if it's scripted to build the base, then there's no stopping it, exactly. And that's a function of hard mode. That's not... In the base game, if an alien's putting up a base, it happens before the fleet even touches the ground. The base just appears. That's not the case here. So you have some ability. All right. Take off the regular clips. We're not going to use them right now. Keep some of these just in case, since we're lower on those. Excuse me, if you would, please. Thank you. All right. I need someone chucking nades. Maybe not. Maybe we'll go with double grenade launcher. Especially against, like, a lab ship. Because of its specific oddity of its layout, grenade launchers tend to perform very well against lab ships. All right, we're gonna try something here. No sniper? Might need to switch one shotgunner for a sniper. He's done a bit of everything. Aros is still wounded, right? Yeah. All right, we're gonna take Johannes here. Sumedo is gonna come off. No, Lopez is gonna come off. He's got great reactions. Ah, that's freaking... I always do this. Rinkus. Not the highest accuracy, but... His strength is okay. Okay. It might be a base building fleet, which means if so, that's a battleship. Still something I feel like I've probably got to go after. Should be a large scout with 2 windows. Double window is a large scout. We're gonna get it in the daylight if it doesn't move. Just barely. Yeah, we're on the daylight side of the gradient. So, that's a battleship. And if it's sectoids, it's gonna be rough. But... yeah. And my tank is in the wrong position. And I didn't put the alloy vest over onto the other soldier. Son of a bitch, I'm stupid. Don't miss. Alright, well. Grenade launchers are also specifically bad against battleships. Where they're great against lab ships, they're pretty bad against battleships because of the layout of the enemy ship. There's the edge of the ship. It's a lab ship. It is a lab ship. Because there's the gap in the wheel. Here's the wheel, and there's the... It's a lab ship. No discs, and a data slate. This guy's gonna shoot at me. He didn't kill him. One down. I get two? No, that's fine. Didn't really expect them to hit that. Fuck. Got one of them. What am I missing? Hold on. Other drone was further back because the tank was in the front position. There are blaster launchers present here. Holy fuck-a-moly! We could eat a blaster launcher and then, you know, that's it. So. You do the best you can with that in mind and just hope you don't die. That's all we can do. One time unit short of an aim shot. Damn! Rough. Also, psionics. There are psionic leaders here. So. This is all kinds of fun stuff. It's not a battleship, so... But it has all the threats except for Cyberdisk, which is a big one to not have to deal with. Granted, but... We get a bad psionic turn, and that's all she wrote. Distance is our biggest advantage against psionics, is keeping distance. Because it is true that at a distance they are weaker. They're not ethereals. They're not easy, but they're not ethereals. And while we are relatively close to the lab ship, we're not that close. We've been closer. So we do have some innate distance given us. Ah, that was not the weapon I wanted to shoot with anyway, so. He has exact for a snapshot? No, he's 10 over. That's the lower portion of the ship, though, so just hit the ground. Alright. I guess he put smoke between us, but... 27. They're going to be really hard to hit with, grenade launchers. Because of their position. I can get 2. I killed one in the back, and then hit this guy, so he's bleeding. Okay. Cover myself over here. Make sure this is clear to this corner. Rifle, rifle. Alright, grenade launchers are going to be used against these guys. Since they're kind of out in a position where it makes sense. That's rough. Come on, Fernando. Yeah. Fuck yeah, Fernando. Good shot. Biggest risk here, besides the things I've already stated, blaster launchers, psionics, blah, 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 is they have access to this upper wheel. There's always a door. There's sometimes a door on the wheel, like a triple door here on the side, or on the other side. That's not as big of a concern with sectoids, unless you're close to the door. Our generated position puts us away from the door on the wheel, no matter what. But they can get to this upper wheel through a door either here or here. Now, there's not always a door there, so here's hoping. I don't know how that clicked like that. I'm really glad that didn't hurt a soldier. I gotta put pistols on some of these soldiers. Now that their strength is... Some of them are getting enough strength. Hey, Hellraiser. Unsure how it's going. Not great. The campaign's in terrible shape right now because sectoid bases are absurdly difficult in the early game. So, it's not going great. If I don't win this mission, even if I win this mission, my campaign's probably still over. Because a second base went up in an area that, even if I had radar coverage, I couldn't have done anything about it. It's a sectoid base, so I can't do anything about it. Yeah. It's not great. And my research is behind because I had to rush to a containment, so... Yeah, the supply ship raids don't matter, and they still have psionics, so semi-safe isn't good enough. That's the problem with playing Superhuman Iron Man on this. Semi-safe doesn't cut it. That's not good enough. I almost have radar coverage, but yeah, it was built on the other side of the planet. Yeah, but you'd have to do 3 supply ships almost perfectly just to recoup the score loss from the base existing. That's not counting all the other shit it does. Yeah, that's awesome, but personal armor and pistols doesn't do shit against cyber discs. I still can't take out the base. No backseating. Because that base is going to cause terror missions, which we have to respond to because of how much they fuck the score. Yeah, the base is a major issue, and it guarantees that I'm going to lose score on this month, because as soon as the base goes up, it costs me 1,500 score and 35 points a day. So just that base alone is costing me, I'm guaranteed a negative score this month. There's nothing I can do about it. Which means if I don't take it out next month, which is going to be very difficult, or somehow manage to maintain score well enough, it's just going to cost me the campaign in the next month. Because it guarantees that I take a negative score this month. Because I cannot take the base out. It wouldn't be the first negative month, Olsen. We lost January on score, too. February was good, but it's not the first negative score, no. Yeah, we've already talked about that, and it's not a great strategy. There's gonna be one back there. The problem that I'm running into is, despite your insistence, you've basically forced the player into one avenue in order to try to have a success. RNG is too present to deviate from that path too much. And as soon as you deviate from that path, if the RNG goes slightly wrong, your campaign's over or your save scumming. So there's only one viable, consistent path in the beginning to even attempt to get a run going. And that's unfortunate. Because if there's only one way to approach it, it's not very enjoyable. If I have to do the same exact things in the same exact order every time to even have a chance, because either that happens or I have to just lean on RNG being in my favor. If I wanted to play RNG-based games, I'd gamble. Of course. Let me reiterate that. If I wanted to play games where the massive defining factor for my success was RNG, it wouldn't be this. I wonder if that little shit moved. No. Poker's not RNG. Poker is numbers and people. You put a good enough poker player against average people, the cards have no bearing on the outcome of the game, essentially. At least 99 out of 100 times they don't. Nice throw. That's a good throw. I don't mean numbers as in random chance. I mean numbers as in bet size, pacing, raising, scaling, coverage. Not random numbers. Math. Maybe I should have said math, not numbers. Yeah, you got lucky to get a lab ship. That doesn't happen. This is the first lab ship I've seen. We're in the middle of the 3rd month. And I'd like to see videos. I'm just saying. I keep hearing about how successful it is, but I don't see anything to that effect. And I've played the early game a lot. And I'm not bad at the game. And it doesn't go that well 99% of the time. I'm sorry, but it kind of hits me like the guy coming in here telling me that in Long War, I should just take out 4 alien bases in July, because he's done it on Superhuman Iron Man. Or Impossible Iron Man. Definitely doable. He's done it. He never came back to the chat. It's not if I have to restart, it's going to happen. I'm already conceding that, essentially. I gotta move. So many random things that seem to be impacting our shots. So there's no door here, which means there's a triple door here. I believe. Yep. Okay. Should have reloaded from the ground, since it's 15 regardless. Yeah, but sectoids being able to mind control through the floor without ever seeing my soldiers is still problematic. Because that's exactly what happened when we tried the base. They never saw one group of my soldiers, and yet they just started pinging them with MC attacks. So there's just nothing the player can do about that. You just get fucked. I haven't seen any supply ships, so I haven't been able to evaluate my psi strength. So now I just have to live with the sectoid base wrecking my score, and there's nothing I can do about it. According to the save file, every mission it's going to generate is a sectoid mission. Because I looked. Every single mission it's generating is a sectoid mission. Alien infiltration, sectoid. Alien terror, sectoid. Alien research, sectoid. Alien terror mission, sectoid. Every mission it's generating is sectoid. And an infiltration mission is going to be another sectoid base going up. I guess his strength is relatively low. Oh, the scumbag counter, there has to be a problem with the hotkey, because it's just... It must be going off of another hotkey. I'll have to keep an eye on it and look at it. It must be keying off of a separate hotkey, because I've noticed that too. It's only supposed to be set to a single hotkey, but that doesn't seem to be the case. I'm trying to see which hotkeys I normally use. Well, I pressed it there, Zarnia, so... Okay, it just went down. I'll have to keep an eye on it and see. Yeah, I muted myself with my other hotkey. So Zarnia didn't hear me tell him to stop, because I don't need the play-by-play on it. I turned it off since it's not accurate right now. And it'll still track even when I'm not selected on it, but put it over here and I can keep an eye on it. See if it goes up. I don't expect him to come out this door too much, but the moment I stop expecting that is the moment they'll start doing it. I don't think I've seen one die that had a blaster launcher on him, which means those are still present and problematic, potentially. Potentially present and problematic. Of course. Did he come out the door I was just talking about? Because I think he did. Now I don't have a drone left, so that's fun. Yeah, he did. Irritating. Almost. They don't have experience, so I was gonna see if I could get them one there, but... What a treat. They should have been kneeling, so that was a mistake. Small, but... Okay. Of course. Now I don't have a scout or a tank left. So this is where we start having soldiers drop like flies. Because that's just all this is designed to do. Fuck. Okay, I can't have that up because it's just annoying me. Gonna lose some good soldiers here. With an alloy rounds, too. Gotta love it. Don't miss. My count isn't accurate right now, so I don't know exactly. There can't be that many of them left. Just on the numbers. This shot's dangerous. He could easily hit my own guy. Didn't, which is good. I'm a little bit lucky. So glad alloy vests are useless. Fuck. That was a good soldier. Like I said, we're gonna lose good ones. Are you kidding? How fucking inaccurate can you be? You're here. The target is here, and you hit him? Seriously? Fuck off. Like, what's the spread on that? It's 30% off his mark. That's lucky. $30 off, I should have clarified. Well, and that's kind of the whole feeling it's been recently, is it stopped being that the difficulty was the thing that was against me, and it started feeling like it's just RNG against me entirely. It makes it feel like it's not XCOM anymore. Of course. Yeah. This is gonna be our campaign ending off of this, so. Really needed to be that close to see him? Yeah, I get... Irritating. I got 5 soldiers active right now. That's it. No mechanicals. Yeah, 2 to 3 is all they need, though. Case in point, there's another captain dead. Fucking done with this. I've lost so many good soldiers here. So fucking pointlessly. And for a piece of tech I should have had after the first base. That's lucky. I don't know how we didn't see him, but sure. Blow up more of my money. Fucking hell. But yeah, do a battleship, a lab ship, 2 supply ships, a large, and lose only 3 soldiers. I'll believe it when I see it. Why are there 3 of them? What? So now I can't get one early, but then I just get 3 of... The fuck? Well, yeah, you just make it carried by the leader and make it indestructible. And if it is destructible, and that's why there's extra there, that's really fucking stupid. Because that's going to result in someone doing their first lab ship and not getting a single data slate because they all get destroyed. Okay, so then my question remains, why are there 3 of them? The last soldier that died was the best soldier we've lost, of course. If every leader has one, then they should have been present on supply ships and other ships too. Either make it the commander or put it back where it belongs in the base. Yeah, I know you meant only lab ship. My point is there's just no reason to have 3 of them there. It just makes it feel like a less valuable item. It's obviously the #1 thing I fucking need. But there's just, it feels weird. It just feels weird that there's 3 of them there for arbitrary reasons. Oh joy! 400 score does nothing. 100,000 cash doesn't mean a fucking thing. In the entirety of the run, 100,000 bucks isn't going to change anything. Not a single thing will get changed by that 100,000. Yeah, I got it, and my campaign's gonna end anyway, so it's like, yay, I got it, but it's not gonna matter. And I had to lose 3 very good soldiers to do it. I had a flawless base assault. We took out the first floater base with not even a drone loss, but didn't get anything out of that mattered. All that did was, force my research. All right, let's see. Oh, it's not gonna matter. That's not what I meant to click. There. This isn't month 1. So. I don't want to. Oh, because the bodies of them, the wrecks got blown up. Fantastic. Okay. Did we get lucky? Okay. I also hate having a whole bunch of soldiers dead that aren't named. God, that fucking... That's a rough loss. So was that one. I don't know if ammo. Why did this take so much longer than other equipment to arrive? Doesn't make, honestly, much sense. Alright. Large scout excavator. Okay. Didn't it used to sort them highest to lowest? Now it goes the other way. Maybe I'm misremembering. We'll give Simon a bit. He's sleeping. Everyone with good reactions is dead. Or with great reactions, I should say. There are some decent ones still, but... All right. Throwing. All right. Celeste. Safarov. Like that. All right. Yeah, well, I gotta get to late game before I worry about what I do in the late game. And that's not a foregone conclusion, so... You are weak. Oh yeah, he's got low strength. That's fine. Oh, I didn't make ammo. I didn't make alloy for those just yet. Because there's 1,000 other things I have to do first. Alright. Awesome. Blew it out. One dead. Alright. Let's see if the, scumbag counter wants to cooperate. You know what it might be? It's not actually this... Did it close the... I did close the program. It might not even be the hotkey. It might be the profile on my mouse got changed. Seas, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Echo. Glad to have you here. All right. Astro Boy, I didn't see your redeem. Oh, it just happened. Let's spin that right now before I forget. If it lands sniper, it's gonna get moved because I have too many snipers signed up. Anything else is probably fine. Heavy gunner. Nice. Hopefully we're naming soldiers soon. So we got 2 dead right there. Doesn't hit a cactus, doesn't hit the ground, doesn't hit... The shots just disappear. Fired a shotgun in this direction twice, didn't hit even the air, apparently. I don't know how they're programmed, but God, if they're not awful now. Shotguns went from being a consistent, high-value tool, especially for lower statted soldiers, to being just a crapshoot. You gotta love when a sectoid survives an alloy rifle shot to the chest. That's always a treat. Love to have a Sky Striker right now, but... Huh. Huh. Right, if there's 3 leaders and 3 engineers and they can all have blaster launchers, that's 6 potential. Huh. Well, there's at least 3 leaders, right? Because I just got 3 data slates, and you said only leaders carried them. So there's at least 3 leaders, and then whatever else can also carry a blaster launcher. Turns a fucking quarter turn for, or an eighth of a turn for no reason there. Yeah, that's what we said. 6. All right. Bad map for snipers. No good lines. I figured the drone was gonna die there, so... I didn't think that one was gonna get shot at, but... Okay. Alright. I did. I just misclicked to the tile. He hit the tile I told him to. I was trying to read something in the chat and then just clicked instead of looking at where I was supposed to be looking. Out of range? That ain't that far, dude. I knew he was gonna hit it up here. That's why I wanted to throw his grenade first before firing with him. Still annoying. He's not strong enough to get this far. Yeah. He got it over there, though, so they might walk into that. Alright. These desert maps just have the worst shit in the way. Good. Yeah, I've heard a lot of things be called unlikely, and then I see them every time. So I'm just saying. It's like, that's not likely to happen, and then I'm like, oh, I've seen it 4 times in a row. So, I guess I'm just cursed. It's only a coin flip that a base built in February is... or February or March is sectoids, and yet... You couldn't get it over the ground. Bitch. Bitch. Yeah, my point is, or part of my point at least, is that the most recent changes feel like they've shifted a lot of the outcomes to, well, you just gotta get lucky. And taken agency away from the player and put it in the hands of randomness. Yeah, the minimum number of blaster launchers needed to fuck the player over is 1. It doesn't take 2 to 4. One bad shot. That's it. Obviously, that's, you know, luck, RNG, good or bad, but... Yeah, which happens a lot. This wasn't primed, because he was 2-timing it short last turn. Would have been great if that killed those 2 soldiers on the hill. Would have felt right. All right. There's one standing there. Don't think you have a shot. I don't know how that happened, but I didn't think he had a shot. I misclicked to this tile, and he killed the alien anyway. So, he understood the assignment. Also, my count must be off. Because I'm at least, like, 1 over the maximum here. Probably clicking it by accident is part of what's happening. Nope. Mm-mm. I'm conceding there's nothing back there, and I'm probably wrong. Alright. In it for the moment. That's what we gotta do, moment by moment. My count is way off, apparently. gotta be a pistol, the way he just shot. Yep. Yeah, my count is fucked. I don't know where I fucked it up, but it is way screwed up. Always nice when the shot appears to go through the alien. Yeah, I didn't think it was gonna get there, but... No way, right? That's way too far. Yeah. He's not particularly weak, but... Oh, that's right. His is a lower strength. He's just wound up in that position because he didn't have any other good stats. So he is fairly weak. I was thinking that was a different soldier. All right. Good job, I suppose. I lost my scouting on this side, which is not how it should be. I don't need 2 scouts at the front door of the UFO. Because there's essentially a back door with the fact that they have this opened. I'm sure they'd prefer it wasn't, but, you know. Always happens on desert maps. Like, the terrain just does not cooperate. To the soldiers. Not thrilled with that, but they're all in the room, which is not ideal because they can walk out this door. They actually have cover where they are. Ooh. Oh, hello. What can we do here? Now we can be a little risky. That should never happen. I don't know what needs to be changed, but no one is missing that shot. Nobody. No one in the world who's capable of being in this position, meaning they're an adult in physical health enough to stand here holding a shotgun is ever gonna miss that shot. Ever. Fuck. That's so dumb that none of it even hits him. Olsen, you said what happens on desert maps? Shots interfering or getting caught on the terrain seems to happen way more on desert maps than on other maps. Likely because there are multiple more tiny little protrusions from the ground that catch the shots, but that's supposition. I'm not sure that that's the case. It's confirmation bias. It just feels like it always is. Yeah, there's just tiny little obstructions like these plants and stuff, which stick up and just seem to catch shots way higher than they should. A lot. That's ridiculous that only one of them hit him. It's point blank range. All 5 pellets, all 5 shots should be contact. Like, that should be impossible to miss. Literally impossible. I know. I'm just complaining. What's up, Hare? Good to see you. Unprimed. Thank you. Right in front of him. Kill the soldier now? Okay, good. Sucks to lose the drone and have to repair it, but... Okay. Again, my count is either way off or there's extra aliens here. I don't know which. I know that it's my count has to be off. The other one's over there at that door, apparently. Because if this... No. He's right on the grenade. Okay. Got him. How bad was my count? Yeah, it was like way off. I don't know how many were already on the ground, but yeah. Okay. Whatever. All right, Hernandez. Welcome to the party, pal. Celeste, let's move you back. You know what? Especially because this is an excavator. Alright, only 2 drones, so just gotta be smart. It's not in a great spot, actually, but I refuse to give up on this one. We're just gonna play it till we lose, however that happens. Whether it's by score or just by attrition. Gonna just try to keep going. This is gonna be a rough map, because they're gonna be able to deploy in a lot of really dangerous areas close to us. We're in a corner, that's a small benefit. We're not close to the UFO. Based on the map layout, it basically has to be over here somewhere. I might be wrong. It could be over here, but... We had a bad monthly score for January. We had a great score in February, but we're looking at a potentially very bad score this month because there's an alien base down, and it's a base that I have no ability to assault right now because it's sectoids. So we heard non-ship doors. We heard terrestrial doors like that one. Yeah. They're probably right there on the lower level, if I had to guess. Don't hit a soldier with that shit. You know what? Yeah, we have everything we need except a live capture, which we can't do for another 8 or 10 days, whatever it is for the containment to finish, and then we still have to capture an alien. I guess he's bleeding. I'm trying to see these fuckers. Yeah. Not really sure why, because I don't think I can get a shot on them. And I don't think I can get a grenade over there because of their position. So revealing them wasn't really useful. I already knew they were there. I also could have revealed them with this drone safer, more safely. By just turning there. Still don't see the UFO. Got a big map for it. Or at least it's an open map. This is going to cause problems for the grenade launcher. Just because of how tall it is. Oh, there's the UFO. Okay. So it was kind of between the two places I said it was likely to be. Making me double wrong. I didn't think they'd have a shot there, but, you know. It's almost more frustrating when the shot's that close and just doesn't quite get there. It's like, damn it. So close. They're gonna come this way, right? Come on, man. You are... Like, it's the one thing you're supposed to be good at. Figures. Yeah, so this run currently is still kind of an undetermined quantity. Now we're down to one drone. And we've only killed a single alien. Have we even killed an alien? No. I don't know why I've counted we killed one. We shot this one. He's not dead. Tell me you can't make the shot. Clearly you can. A lot of map over there. Probably not a shot I should take. It's lucky he didn't kill anybody. Alright. You didn't kill anybody. Bad or good, but... at least not, well, us or them. Damn it, that's not what I meant to grab. Alright. We still have this guy who's bleeding. Man, they're gonna be dense in that area, which is probably a good thing, but... with the only one drone left and no tank, I need to scout over here to make sure there's not anything there. Any chance you've got a shot through here? Wow, we blew up a lot of that structure. The fuselage of the wrecked plane. Not enough to get any shots through, apparently, but... what's up, Sangster? It continued for now. Undetermined if it'll go further, but... oh, you are so weak. Well, just have Bakar hold it. Unless he can get it over here. It's out of range, not obstructed. Alright, if we can get them over here, they'll have a decent shot, or a decent position to start taking shots downrange. Assuming they don't get shot from over here. I can see pretty far over there, so there shouldn't be anything over there. See how it goes. It's always a rough feeling. At least in the early game, it's very much this way. It's not as bad in the late game, but in the early game, as soon as your drones are dead, you just know you're going to start losing soldiers. It's not a fun spot to be in, particularly. Now, this could cause some chain reactive explosions, which could be kind of neat. Not enough, though. Got two. Nice. You got one in you, Hernandez? Very nice. Good start to that turn. We got a sniper over here, too. Oh, you're one short? Why are you one short of... all you did was... ah! All you did was crouch down. Seriously. Uh-huh. Get blapped, sir. I think that was the bleeder from over here, so. For the moment, Hellgraph, for the moment. Hanging by a moment here with you. Holding on to everything I know. Running, I'm not quite sure where to go. And I don't know what I'm diving into. Hanging by a moment here with you. One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6. It might be one too many. It's not too many, because I did kill one here and then blew up his body. No, we killed 2 in there. I'm pretty sure it's correct. I know there's a proxy there. I know I'll probably forget it in a turn, but I know it's there right now.
You said clear.
I said it looks clear.
What's it look like now?
The only problem with that is it doesn't go further back. So, enough. Okay, what do we got there? Sniper. Extra one there. Nope, that's not gonna line up. No, I know what you mean, but I'm just not going to spend the time to sit there and count through that every time. And then, if I'm not keeping track of how many dead there are, I'm not keeping track of if every shot was a kill, so... If I was able to accurately know that every shot was a kill, then my count should be accurate.
Hello there.
What's up, Matthias? I don't like this, but how often do I like it? Gotcha, bitch. Nice. Get wrecked. Is he gonna pull a Kuro and get completely yeeted? A lot of non-experience, but I'm not gonna worry about that too much right now. Hey, we're trying, Matthias. I'm trying to just keep it rolling, keep the run going, and see where we can get. That's the goal. Got to be resilient. That's what I started with when I got deep into XCOM. I may not be good. I may not be the smartest player. I may not use the best strategies, but I'm stubborn and resilient. And often, that's enough for XCOM. So I got to lean back into my strengths. You can't be good, just be too stubborn to lose. He was like, fuck that. He walked out and saw the drone and was just like, oh, fuck no. Like, this is a bunch of... Oh, they had double doored. Okay. Yeah. Cool. No doubt. Okay. You guys are useless over there now. That one made a break for it. Look at him over here. I mean, no one expected it to be easy. It's hard mode, but like I've said this a couple times today, what it feels like is that a lot of the things have transitioned from being difficult by design to being difficult by RNG. I appreciate difficulty by design. I don't always dislike difficulty via RNG. FTL is one of my favorite games ever, and that's an RNG fest. I still maintain, and the facts prove, that skill is the deciding factor for most FTL runs, but RNG does sometimes just say no. But skill can overcome that, and that's only a 3-hour investment for a long FTL run. This is a lot more to invest to have RNG be the decider. That's why it's far more enjoyable when it's difficult by design, not difficult by random. What's up, dude? Wonderfully useless shotgun. What a treat. What a treat. That could be on the top. I am gonna use a grenade to determine if that's up there, because if it is, I don't want him coming over the edge. What's up, honker? Alright. Motion scanners proving their worth again. Well, we shot that one down, so there might have been some dead already, Cursed. That was a crash. Why is it on 5 minutes? What? This should default to 5 seconds after a mission. Always. I'm not going for the base again yet, but they might be able to try to get supply ships if we see any, if I can get a crew over here. So, it's not ideal, but I've had this other piece of pizza sitting here this whole time, so it's completely cold now, but still. Yeah, this is... Sectoid. Yeah, I was ordering up for the North America base. I need to get soldiers here, too, eventually. Is that how I want to do that? Yeah. I don't think so, Jat. I think it's part of it. Radioactive. Undetermined at this point. It's going, but for how much longer, it's hard to say. Hey, that's awesome, Bane. I saw he was playing Xenonauts 2, yeah. I saw that he was playing Xeno 2. It's good to hear that smoke grenades are useful in Xenonauts 2. I don't know that I'll look at Xenonauts 2, but it's a possibility in the future. Xenonauts 2 has made some definite improvements over the first one. The problem is the things that I disliked about the first one are still very much present in the second one, so hard to say. All right. We're about 750-ish. Negative. Okay. Motion scanners. Work on these for now. We have 3 drone scanners. Okay. Our cost is going to be exorbitant. We're about $1.5 million over. Okay. It's because I had to put the vests on soldiers. Make another one real quick, since we got it. Goldfills, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Echo. Glad to have you here. So good. All right. North America is obviously going to be super spiked. They have a damn base there. That hasn't risen. That was where the lab ship was, so we accounted for that. Small ticks in other places, which is accepted as we build our radar coverage, which we have more now. We have at least small and small. It's not perfect, but we're getting there. And we have, 24 days we'll have large radar coverage in all 3 of those primary zones. It's not perfect, but it's the way I prefer to do it. I know it's slower, but that's okay with me. Yeah, it's dipping back down because the base exists. All right. Something other than a terror mission would be quite nice. At least they can stand at the front. Pretty good stats there. Strength is low, but kind of hard to use that reactions, but other stats grow faster. Reactions is the one that I train the least, or get the least opportunity to train. So, high reactions needs to be defaulted to scouts and assaults. Let's see how we did. Not bad. Okay. Good reactions, at least. That's an engineer. Decent strength for it, too. Shooter. Decent reactions. Yeah, pretty mediocre. Maybe an engineer as well. Very good stats, other than the strength. Okay. Not the worst. Pretty bad. Couple people with just throwing accuracy and nothing else. Alright, well, they're not the worst. The reason I'm not loading, don't want to save over that one, is because there's actually something I want to investigate that on that save later with this base. So, obviously I could do that at any point, but that was right at the beginning of the stream, more or less. Well, we're not going to get a positive score because they're just not giving us anything to do to pull it back. Were those still on sale for them? They were still selling the motion scanners, weren't they? I think that's what was happening. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. I'm just an idiot. Yeah, just nothing now at the end of the month, so not enough to pull the score back. So we'll eat it on this month. No. Not worth it. Why do I not have upgrade personal armor? Did I upgrade all the vests already? Oh, it's literally on the board. I'm just dumb. Okay. We're a bit short on funds here. I'm gonna need those mine probes for research. Don't need that. Get rid of those. I'll do armor repair soon enough. Yeah, I'm not gonna repair those and upgrade them, so get rid of them. That's a terror ship. It's from the base. So that's a sectoid terror ship. So just did a terror flyover. Just to fuck the score a little bit more. If it doesn't, that means that the actual terror mission will go into the next month. It's a medium scout. Go ahead and land. I'm here. Okay. You want to land? Thank you. You should be further back in the ship, but whatever. And you should be at the front. You are. Okay. Wait, you don't have a weapon. Okay. Ship's fucking right there. Cool. I should have waited until the month rolled over and pushed this into the next month for the score. No telling if it would have stayed there, but... because it's not going to recover the score for this month, so... But I was right on top of it, and I get into the daylight, so... I'll take the little wins when I get them. This map is gonna suck. Because the ship that's close, I'll get a chunk of them, but there'll be a couple just fucking... And I thought about it. I thought about it right when it was happening. I just... I'm gonna try not to be too fancy with it. Because if I gotta be super fancy, I'm probably losing anyway, so... Looked like it went through his little leg. Come on. Fuck. Too short. The shotgun, right? Nope, it's a sniper. Okay. Well, put the tank out there. You're definitely going to be needed for this. Door's probably here. It's a center. Actually, the door might be here because there's not a chair in that line. We'll see. Pistol, maybe? Could have been rifle. Let's see. Thanks, fine. Probably pistol. Yep, pistol. Door is on this side. Sometimes I know. So now you know. Okay. Uh-huh. Tell me more, game. Tell me more. Cool. Good. Hello. 47 for an aim shot. Whoop, whoop. Doesn't matter if I misclick because it's an AoE weapon. Boom! Get roasted. There's a little shit right here. Two little shits. Two little shits are my favorite. Let's put you right there. Nailed it. Back up a bit. All right. Ooh, wait. It's only going to be a snapshot. Can you? Nope, you can't move. But it does need to be along the edge to have the clearance. Only a snapshot, but... Nice. I know I had a grenade on him, but... still rather it go that way. Also, didn't blow up the proxy, so good to know. It's a risky shot. Especially when they miss. Alright, here we go. Hello. Well, I've only got one person with time units. So, you get special VIP treatment. The fuck out of here. Fuck that sectoid in particular. If I'd have seen that one, I could have fired right here and probably killed both. 6 one way, half a dozen the other. Can't really complain. So. Abu. Boogar. No. Oh! Wait a second. Containment's done. Oh, I have not been counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Six. I do think the tanks feel better. It makes them a good choice because they are generally resilient enough, especially against small craft. But even against big craft, I have felt better taking the tanks. I still don't know if they outweigh the value of 4 soldiers, even in the early game. But the improvements to them don't make them too strong, considering they do take up 4 spots on your craft, but they do make them feel better. Enough better remains to be seen, but... God, I love the grenade launcher. Thank you for the hydrate. Got him. Get a live capture here, and we're closer to lasers. If the campaign doesn't end. I know there's gonna be one over here. I know your tricks. Silly sectoid. Tricks are for kids. Don't kill them! No! We need him! Not enough time units, because they had to turn. Alright. Abu. Boogar. Bango. Bango! Very nice. Get wrecked, you little shit. Alright, there's one dude inside. Dude inside! There you are. Who needs... Everyone's got experience. Alright. Jafarov. Nasib. Get in there. Get dunked! I'm gonna do this. Smokes the interior and the exterior. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Just a little bit of... Okay. Either my count's off, or I'm missing, like, 3 aliens, or, it was a, like, minimum, like, low number generated. Not unexpected that that happened. Not that I enjoy it, but... Okay. Yeah, my count must have been off. I just... Whatever. Live alien recovered. We got one. Oh. It also helped our money at the end of the month, at least. Yeah, I must have missed a few at the beginning when I said I wasn't counting and then fucked it up, so. Yeah, saving that till the month rolled over, maybe, but it might not have stayed there long enough, so. Because we would have had a whole additional day. I could have shot it down, but... Alright. Verify my research pathing here. I shouldn't need alien threat just to get to the data slate. Nope, you do need alien threat. So alien threat, live alien, alien language. I need Illyrium, which I haven't done yet. I've done alien alloys. Okay. We've got a chance. It's not a great one, but it is a chance. All right, let me see. Okay. It's possible. I just have old habits of never doing stuff like that. So, like, I could do something like this. Almost might as well, but... Signed a secret pack with the... Okay. Yeah. So that was infiltration, not base building. The problem there is we lose our biggest funding. Individually. The good thing is, when we take that base out, we'll get the USA back. Because that is added in hard mode. But we lost, yeah, 700 grand. But we know that that is a pact base. So that base is tied to a pact. So if we get rid of that, USA comes back into the fold. All right. This is thin crust with garlic parmesan sauce, mushrooms, grilled chicken, and black olives. And the other piece I had is a deep or a thick crust with pepperoni, mushrooms, and extra cheese. Every gosh darn, it is eventually. But it can be difficult to have the ability to build that up too quickly, at least in my playstyle and approach. But eventually, yes. The thing is, because engineers cost so much more per month, they're double, having them build just motion scanners for an entire month basically pays their salary if they do nothing else for the entire month. It's not until you get to some laser weapons, and specifically laser cannons, that they actually can make profit, because the other laser weapons in hard mode require alien alloys to be crafted, so you can't just spit them out for profit, because you can't make alien alloys. You can only recover them. So it changes it from the vanilla game, but if you can get to laser cannons, you can definitely make profit off of engineering. Just takes a while. That way, in early May, I can have additional scientists and crank through some laser research quickly, hopefully. Hey, Brimcon, yes indeed. Welcome in, bud. Alright, we have large radar here, so we have good coverage on this side. See, if that had just happened in the last month instead... At least it's not at sea. It could be Snakemen, though. We're in April. It's likely that it's either Sectoids or Snakeman, and neither is good. Bizarre, I'd have to look and see how it's been adjusted. If the score threshold has been changed dramatically. Because I don't know off the top. I didn't look into it that far. Not as strong. Not near as strong. Let's do that. And then... Okay. Are you the pick for this? Probably. Fine. Grenade launchers, yes. Probably ditch that rifle. Gotta have some people able to respond if it's shit that gets close, like chrysalids. All right. We should get this in the day. Okay. At least it's in the daylight. And at least we're getting it early in the month so we can work to offset the score. At least it's not happening late in the month where we wouldn't be able to do anything about it. We're in a corner. Oh! Fuck this spawn. Four-cornered, three-story apartment building shit right next to us. Sectoids. The freaking grass! God, that needs to be fixed. We hit him. All right, hold on. No shot there? Okay. No, because it fires, but it impacts the grass and just goes off right at the feet of the drone, so it doesn't solve it. Damn! He wasn't a threat to me until I blew out the railing, and now he can walk down. Damn! I'm just making it easier for him. Ah, freaking! So stupid! There's the ship. Okay, so the doors are over here. We've learned not to hope. Just whatever. Case in point. Only put Illyrium clips on the more dangerous missions. Yeah, the ones that are already a problem? Great choice. Now I'm down a drone and a soldier to one little fucking sectoid soldier. Useless. Fuck, man. The dumbest shit. Alright. There are some... At least they can do okay against the sectoids. They won't do anything against, the cyber discs, but... And yet this guy okay. We also did damage to something else over there. All right. Freaking fly. Little fruit fly or something. Go away! These buildings were just not a good addition to... they make sense. They're, like, logical that they exist in apartment buildings and residential areas, but... Oh my god, they're horrible. It's a Reaper or Silicoid, so there's floaters present too. Which isn't surprising. It's good because it takes out a Cyberdisc spawn spot. There it is. All right. Why does every one of them have to have a damn heavy plasma? Holy shit! What a horrible spawn. My tank can't go anywhere because of this civilian and this damn fence. Uh-huh. That's why I needed to know. I should just leave this mission. It must have hit the underside of, like, the balcony on that building. Down both drones, and I'm not even out of my starting corner. Stop running towards the enemy, you fucking... Ah, I hate nothing more in this than that. The complete illogical nature of it. It moved and fired, but still had enough time units to turn and reaction shot. What are we doing? What's the point? Well, wasted those. Oh, fuck you! Oh, man. That's one disc out of 10 we're gonna have to deal with. I just... There's just no reason to do terror missions, and I'm not gonna do anymore. It's gonna be right back to how it was before. I'm just gonna land and take off from every terror mission, because it's utterly pointless to do them. It's entirely pointless. The player never gains anything from doing them. What an absolute waste of time in the game. All I've done now is lose 3 more good soldiers. Start my month at a negative 600. I swear to God, if it causes another terror mission, because that's supposed to be out of the game, I'll be done playing. We'll be playing something else. It's still killing my score, because for some reason, the player losing a terror site isn't enough. You have to punish them further by having it take off and fly around and cause more negative score. Anti-player builds are terrible in games. Don't punish the player for playing your game. Fuck. Anyway. And no missions, so we're not doing anything to help our score. I'm so fucking done. Because people play video games to enjoy them. That's why you reward the player. Because it's a fucking game. No one plays games to be miserable. Even me. No, even people who play Dark Souls play it to enjoy it, not to be punished by it. There's a difference between losing because of difficulty and losing because of shitty design. Players continue to play games that are punishing, are difficult, because they know that through good execution, they can win. Execution has nothing to do with what's been going wrong here. That's why no one plays it, Orbital. Not according to what he says. He claims that he plays it on Iron Man, which, again, I haven't seen, so... Fantastic. Because no one can infer tone through text, Cursed. When the conversation is about the player being punished and your comment is, why would you reward the player? It doesn't come across, you know, comes across as if it's part of the conversation. Oh my, we just can't do anything either. Never gonna win the mission if we can't hit anything. And this is all fine right up until they start mind controlling us. Who just died? What was that? Of course not. Of course not. It fucking... awesome. Come on! God, I'm so tired of shotguns. Why did you have to make them so completely useless? They were actually useful before, and because it was useful and early game, it had to be nerfed. I don't think everybody loves Dark Souls. I didn't really care for them that much. Gotta remember that's there. That'll be tough, but I'll try. Doesn't put out the fire. Awesome. I guess because it's not a unit on fire. I don't know why fire extinguishers, or, well, that was smoke, but the fire extinguishers don't do well at putting out fire that's on the terrain. Which is weird. Well, it's not about... There aren't that many other good options. And a shotgun, when it does work, like it should, is far better than all the other weapons. Make a fire extinguisher extinguish fire. You've already made shotguns not work like shotguns. A fire extinguisher should work like a fire extinguisher. I don't think that's asking too much. It's a raging fire in the grass? Yeah, it's a fire extinguisher. That's what they're made for. I knew I was gonna set it off, but... Did the silicoid go the other way? Yeah, it did. It's over there. Alright. Building's gonna be in the way, right? Okay. You're the only one I put those on? Yeah, well, I fucked up then. We're lucky. We could knock out all 4 of those civilians and the silicoid. I don't need the silicoid alive, but knocking it out takes it out of the fight. Another silicoid. There's the UFO. So the door's gonna be over here. Not ideal, but... That's not who I wanted to move. Oh, there's a city right there. Lucky it didn't hit over here, I guess, but... Only knocked one of the cities out. And the guy on the ground could get set on fire. Wasting his ammo. He can't kill that. Yeah, Silicoid killed that one. Lost another drone. I can't shoot that Silicoid right now because it'll knock out the, or it would kill that civilian. Maybe we can knock it out. Some of the civilians carry tasers. Some of them carry weapons, but... they're usually minimal and relatively low effect. Basic shotguns, which they waste their ammo shooting at things like Silicoids, which can't get hurt by that. I should have known there was an alien over there. That was just dumb on my part. Didn't knock anything out. Silicoids may be really resilient to stun. I don't know. What the hell shot at us from right near us? Wow, the hole in the wall by the stairs. He was able to walk through that? Maybe he came off the roof, but... there is no... he fires 15 pellets of buckshot, 15 shots at a distance of 3 meters and doesn't land a single time? .12-gauge buckshot. I could close my eyes, spin in a circle 3 times, aim vaguely in his direction, and kill him every time. Oy. If by bigger and better you mean more useless, yeah, maybe. Why you gotta be right next to it, bro? You're out of time units. Good. Now we're just banking on the tank being tanky enough for long enough. A tough expectation. Good shot. I hope he doesn't catch on fire. I don't really care that much. Like, whatever, they're probably as good as dead, but... Who was the civvy tasing? Mother... Seriously? 2 hits to the front. Its strongest armor? Ah! Oh! There's a cyber disc right on top of us. That's who the civilian was firing at. You buff tanks, but then in all the missions where a tank is useful, the aliens still have the advantage of fucking Illyrium clips that can just one-shot the damn thing. Why buff it? What? What? This is gonna hurt. They killed the one we tased. Almost killed themselves. Blew open this wall. The player just has no fucking options. That's exactly what happened. Yep. This will do no damage. There's another disc over here. Now it's over the building where I won't even be able to target it. Not that being able to target it made any difference. It's only like the third disc we've killed. So there's still a lot more. No, everyone loaded with rocket launchers. How do you deal with something that's close to you? Which happens a lot. We fired one rocket launcher at close range and it almost killed one of our soldiers. He's only going to get 2 shots. Because he's not loaded with more. There's still so many enemies left. And there's a disc over here that I don't have track of. That hit my gunner. Doesn't have a shot. Okay. Damn, that's a good shot. Didn't get there. What am I doing? I was gonna go get a grenade for... He's literally the guy holding grenades. I wonder if alloy shells can probably hurt that sometimes, but not consistently. It is wounded. Okay, consistently enough. At least it got through it. Come on, where are you? He's right there, up in the air. Bro, it's not outside. The fuck are we doing, game? There might be a hole in the roof. Maybe it is. I bet the hit we did was here. Yeah. We didn't do any damage to it from underneath with a large rocket. That's cool. That thing's gonna fly out here and destroy us. And now my last mechanical is beat up. 0.
You said clear.
I said it looks clear.
What's it look like now?
Looks clear.
Nope, can't do it. Strength is too low. No time units, no time units, no time units, no time units. Sweet. You fucking come on, game! Ah! Gotta be kidding me. Yeah, I'm aware it's there. Stop it. Not gonna have enough for an aim shot at this one. Yep. There's my last drone dead. Ah! But someone trying to tell me they're getting through large ships and terror missions and alien bases with minimal soldier losses consistently, not just based on luck, I don't buy that shit at all. Well, see, that's not the case, though, Cursed. I did 2 terror missions yesterday without losing anybody. Welcome to bad terror missions, not just terror missions in general. Shit design. Bad terrains. Stupid implementations. I don't know who was bleeding, but sure. Oh, this is gonna be awesome. I probably miscounted there because I knocked a few down that were bleeding, so counting the... No, but they don't make a death cry now when they're bleeding. If they're unconscious and bleeding. If they're standing up and bleeding and then they die from it, it count. You'll hear the death cry, but if they're passed out on the ground and die from bleeding, you don't hear it. I don't know how accurate my count is. I'm gonna guess not very accurate. You don't have a motion tracker? Really? Where's the mutual surprise? Again. Where's the mutual surprise? So it was a sectoid. It wasn't... Motherfucker! Why did we not trigger mutual surprise there? There is no way he was at an angle that sees us that we don't see him. It's... We got it there. Like we're fucking supposed to.
It's a trap!
The fuck did he just set up? He set off the proximity grenade he was holding? So he panicked and dropped it, and then motherfucker. That also means that there's still a psionic alive. Probably that one. Yeah, the fact that you can't rely on a mechanic that's been part of the game since 1994. Yeah, that's a bit of a problem, for sure. Not enough time units. You're one time unit short? Fuck off. Now, this is over. And with this loss, the campaign's basically over. Because even at this point, I'm staring down a negative 400 plus loss here because of the number of losses I've suffered. Smoke is the same both ways. If he can see me, I can see him. So inconsistent, man. Okay, I'm done. I'm sorry, but I'm done. There is no way. What is... This doesn't make any sense. It's not about the score. The run's over. I've lost so many soldiers. I've lost too much. This run is over. We're not even close to done here. There's still more terror units to take out. Good throw, dumbass. Now it triggers through far more... Can we at least be consistent, game? Even a little bit? Oh, you don't have a gun on you. Yeah, that makes sense. That's not where I wanted to click. I just... Okay. Yeah. That's really frustrating. No, the run was over at that point. That's just far too much loss. Sorry, I'm trying to decide if I even want to attempt to restart another run tonight, because that's just brutal. There's... The frustration is that I took out the first alien base without even a drone dying. I took out the first two terror missions with almost no losses. Between the first 2 Terra missions, I had a combined negative score of like 115. I took out the lab ship with losses, but it was only actually 3 soldiers, I think. So still, not bad. So in every key mission until the last 2 terror missions, I did fine, better than fine, and it still doesn't matter. There's no way to mitigate that score loss. And Hellraiser proposing, go with 2 Sky Rangers and just take out the entire initial fleet. Dude, we've had the entire fleet land before without detecting a single ship, even with our radar active. It's not foolproof. And that's making a broad assumption that it always goes well. And I simply do not believe that it will. It's not possible for it to always go well, no matter how good you are. Ugh. That's frustrating. Yeah, honestly, it shouldn't even be possible for that to happen, but you can't, It's so ridiculous how a single psionic unit can basically ruin everything in an early game mission. And anytime you run into them, you're also running into cyber discs half or more of the time. Yeah, I don't know, Frosted, if it was an update that was done in the last couple days, because I was using the file he sent me directly. So... I'm just trying to think of if I could have done anything different there. Because I'm trying to see if it's... I don't think we had radar coverage when that one went out, so I'm not surprised that we didn't see that one. And again, you build your radar bases early. Yeah, if you have the money, that's the other thing you can lose on, is fucking money. We saw 1 ship in February. Again, we went the entire month of February, we saw a single small UFO. All we got in February was we took out the base, we did 2 terror missions, and we got one single small UFO for the entire month. Alien bases existing spawn extra terror missions. That's what we just ran into. But you can't take out a sectoid base that early. Period. You're going to arm your soldiers with just pistols and alloy vests, assuming you have alloy vests at that time. I didn't. They can't take out cyber discs. We had cyber discs literally rolling into our landing area. They can't do that with pistols. And as soon as they're seen, the psionic attacks start. It's bullshit to propose that that's consistent. Yeah, the only other side to that curse, too, is it spawns lab ships earlier. That's cool, but that means it's a research mission, which means it's going to spawn 3 UFOs. And if for some reason you're not able to respond to all of those, because maybe it happens right when the base building fleet is showing up, and then you have 6, 7 ships active all at one time, landing, that's just going to hurt your score even more. It's tough. Obviously, it's meant to be hard. I understand that. I've played through it twice for a reason, and I came back to it a 3rd time for a reason. But it just feels like it's drastically different than the last time I played it. In a negative way, for my view, anyway. I cannot understand the reasoning behind putting the data slate on a randomized event. It just doesn't make any sense. It was already hard enough to get going before. And Hellraiser's proposition that, he said in the Discord, started a new run, defeated a lab ship, 2 excavators, a large scout, and only lost 3 soldiers. I mean, that's definitely possible. But a lab ship and where'd the 2 excavators come from? Because there's only 1 excavator in the base building fleet, so where'd the second one come from? Already have 50 scientists and 20 engineers? It's great, till you're broke. Till you don't get anything in the entirety of February, and you make no money, and you're broke. Because no ships spawn in February, ever. All right. What am I gonna do? I don't know if I have it in me to try to get another run going right now. It sucks because it's not that late. Yeah, possible. Not probable. Not consistent. And then deal with the terror. Exactly. Then deal with the multitude of terror missions. Clear your landing zone with 6 rocket launchers when it's terror units that are literally touching you when you get off of the deck of the ship. All right. All of them were day missions and clearing the landing zone with rocket launchers. Yeah, dubious at best is probably the best way to phrase that. I'm trying to be critical of my own game and see outside of drastically changing, and maybe that's what I need to do, but if Hellraiser's consistent approach, and here's where I have a little bit of an irk with it. So he's constantly talking about running 2 Skyranger crews and just 1 interceptor, and that's probably fine. But if he's balancing it that way, then he needs to make the start that way, not make it optional to start that way. If he's balancing the game around having 2 crews from the start, then he needs to make it so that you have 2 crews from the start. Because if someone doesn't know he's balancing the game that way, they're not going to start that way. I might just be being stubborn and not wanting to start that way because I don't see it as being consistent. I still haven't seen the proof of that. So yeah, it's also it's a little bit interesting to add. There's so many more aliens, so you go through so many more difficulty upgrades of different alien types, and you move floaters to the first month, but sectoids still start appearing right in the second month. That's not enough of a buffer for how dangerous sectoids are. That's, yeah, Long Shadow. I guess you attempt to offset it by, recovering extra UFOs. The problem with that is when no other UFOs show up. Very consistently during the first month, we see 1 very small, 1 small, maybe we detect most of the ships in the base building fleet. Sometimes that doesn't even happen until the second month. So what, you're sitting on 2 Skyrangers full of crew and there's nothing for them to do? We didn't shoot down any UFOs in the first month of this campaign, and the base still didn't spawn until like 2 days before the end of the month. So you have a second Sky Ranger sitting there for nothing, doing nothing. And then in February, you get the fleet for the base build, and then what? They just... No other ships spawn in February. Consistently, we've seen that. So, not sure. What I said when Hellraiser was in the stream is also very much, I think, my feeling on it. If there's only one viable path through the entirety of the first 3 or 4 months of the game, that's unfortunate. There's only one way to do it. That's not very enjoyable. Let's see. Well, I'll probably talk about it a little bit more, but I'm probably not playing any more XCOM right now. If I'm hanging around for any time at all, maybe we'll do Slay the Spire or something. See what time frame I'm working with. All right. Well, no, he basically flatly refused the potential of removing the Illyrium ammo early because in his mind he's only put it on the very dangerous ships, so it shouldn't matter. Those are the only missions that are a problem. I haven't had any trouble with small ships at all. So it's like... All right. And I seriously doubt he's going to move to where it's only floaters in February. I don't see that happening, so... Yeah, it feels... I don't know, maybe it's supposed to be, you know, but it feels like if you don't play perfectly, you're never going to get a run with any real traction to it, and that's unfortunate. I understand that it's hard mode and that it's superhuman, you know, is how I'm playing it, but I don't think you should have to play perfectly to have a chance, and right now that's at least how it feels. Whether that's how it is or not. Alright, let's goof around with just a little Slay the Spire. Still trying for an Ascension 2 win on Ironclad. Oh, and we will try again. I'm not done yet. Alright, Ascension 2, Ironclad. Let's see. Wind down with a little bit of Slay the Spire. Thank you guys for hanging out. If you're headed out because you were only here for XCOM, I totally understand. If not, maybe hang around. Enjoy a little Slay the Spire with us. I don't like this layout, but, well, it's what it's. Power through. That's going to push me right towards wanting to get fire breathing, but it's also a strong defensive card for a strength build. Okay. We've definitely got a few things. Second heavy blade? Yeah, probably. Let's get rid of a regular strike. Well, we definitely want some strength cards now. That was a nice one for 1 health. Would have been nice to get to the elite, but... I'm really hoping I see fire breathing. That's a lot of damage. This game is a deck builder, so there are 4 different characters, at least in the base game, that use different playstyles and approaches. You build your deck as you advance through rooms and floors, fighting bosses along the way. Dude, I got weakened, brother. That sucks. And trying to get a full win. A full win is getting all 3 pieces of the key, getting to the heart of the tower, heart of the spire, and killing it. You'll get relics, which will buff you along the way, and items and potions and some other things as well, but second strike there was useless. He had his shield up. Should be dead this turn unless I draw terribly. Good. Alright. Strength potion's nice. Corruption could be good, especially if I get, like, dead twig, but otherwise it definitely can hurt. I'm gonna skip. Yeah, if I keep playing XCOM, I'm just gonna get angry, and I'm not gonna do that anymore to you guys. Me sitting here being angry at the game is not what I'm here for. And it's not what most of you are here for. So, I'm not gonna let that keep being the defining trait of any of the streams. It sucks. I know a lot of people would rather tune in for XCOM. People have already headed out. I totally get that, but better this way. By far. We could lose here. He's taking a turn. Now when he's taking a turn where he's not damaging me, I don't have any offense. Figures? He's gonna weaken me, but at least I keep the strength for the moment. I do have to block some of this, because I can take 2 more hits now from him, which is what he's likely to do. Okay, he's dead next turn, because we're guaranteed to draw the heavy blade. Oof, that's a low amount of health to be at. Not that. Okay. Pretty mediocre reward. What's the upgrade do? Goes up by 4? No, I'm gonna skip those. We're gonna rest here. I want that piece, but 16 health ain't a lot. Elite store. Okay. Okay, let's try to actually find some decent cards here. Pummel's not it. Bash isn't it either. Demon form. Okay, come on. Where is it? Damn it. Demon form would have been a good one to get there, but couldn't get a pair. I didn't want to pair any bad cards there because it'll just bloat the deck. I'm gonna go Sapphire. Centennial's fine, but I'm gonna go Sapphire. Power through Bash. Power through is such a good defensive card, and if I can get Fire Breathing, I already have the pieces. If I can get a little bit of strength and Fire Breathing, this is good all the way. This will help me keep the deck slim. which is normally a problem I fall into of bloating the deck. Nope, just do that. I didn't have another defense, and the heavy blade's better than the 2 attacks, so 2 strikes. Power through, bash. Okay, not bad. No. I have to take the elite because I want one of those 2 stores. So this is... Okay, it could have been worse. As long as I can get through one of them fairly quickly, I'm probably okay. But my deck is going to be so bloated with Dazed and Wounds. That's going to be tough. If I can get Bash Wild Strike, I think that can kill this one. Not quite. Just short. I'm taking too much damage here. I'm down to 20 health. I'm probably gonna lose here. We'll only be facing 9 damage each turn, but that's actually a lot. The artifact disabled the vulnerable. You're right. That's what I didn't account for. Yep, artifact shook off the vulnerable. And this is where we lose, because we're not getting any defense. Because we have too many wounds and dazed in the deck, so. I got 3 more turns of getting hit. Not great. Yeah, really not great. Okay, hold on. Oh, seriously. Okay, actually, we can kill it. Alright. Hey, Jackal. Landed one of them gifted subs. Very nice. Power through, heavy blade. Come on, keep it going. We don't get screwed too heavily on the draw. More attack would have been better this turn, but it does get rid of a couple dazed. Oof. We're probably going to get screwed on this draw. As long as we get some damage, we'll be able to finish him before he kills us. Nice. Well, that could have gone a lot worse. It could have gone a lot better, but... I'll take Iron Wave just because it does work okay with strength still. Alright, who's attacking? That way I'm not getting the vulnerable. And stopping the damage. That's a lot of damage potential. Alright, gotta block it all. Defense to block the attack. Should be able to kill it. Good. Good fight. Going into a store. I'm gonna pass. Store, fight, rest, or... Let's go this way. Hopefully this isn't like an elite fight. That would be bad. Oh! I'm gonna heal. Fire breathing? No. Limit break? I just paid for the heal, so I'm short of that now. Unfortunate. Remove a regular strike. Keep the deck thin. It's the slime. Am I gonna risk this? I am. If I get a fire breathing, this deck's in a really good spot. Get him as close to 70 as I can and then try to burst him. Here's the one big hit. Power through on the perfect turn. Very nice. We blocked almost all of the one big hit, so good timing on the draws. Wild Strike. Wild Strike, Double Strike. Very nice. Splitting at 39. Not bad, considering that's about the best we could do. Niter's attacking. That's not bad. Not great. My hand sucks. Not playing the power through because it's going to populate more wounds that I don't need. Still a very good chance we could lose here, especially with them making me frail and weak. Yeah, that's a lot of damage. I'm going to go offensive, though. Why didn't I go offensive on hit? Would it have split him? It might have, actually. Have a good one, Matthias. Thanks for tuning in. That might be it. Yeah, I'm probably going to lose here. Because if any two of them, if these two are both attacking and I have to split him, I've only got, yeah, this one's over. Yeah, they're all attacking. All right, good run. Meh. Too much damage on that second elite. All right, I'll try one more. We didn't even make it to the boss, so... Or no, we made it to the boss. What do we got? Far left side with a store behind. Alright, we'll just go for gold. Done the daily runs a couple times. They're okay, but... As we might have guessed from what we discussed earlier, heavily RNG, not always what I'm going for. In the daily runs, sometimes they're interesting, but... Sometimes they just have a gimmick to them that I just don't find appealing. So at least playing the... And I'm still just trying to get better at the game. And the Ascension runs are kind of what I'm aiming for to do that. Liquid Bronze is nice to have. I might change it for a relic, though. Alright. Alright. Okay. Not ideal, but taking a little damage is fine on Ironclad. What are you popping up? Okay. The problem is when you take a little damage, and then a little damage, and then a little damage, and yeah. Shrug it off. Consistent card draw, defense, the things I generally need. Alright, let's take a look. Okay, I'm kind of pigeonholing myself pretty heavily into finding fire breathing. And I'm okay with that. I might have forgotten to click it. That happens. I'm bad at the game. What do you expect? Nub? Alright. I want to see a bash. Oddly. I would have preferred the bash into Wild Strike, but this will let me get damage out faster, which is what you need to do. Because you can't really play your skills against him. Under half. Bash again wouldn't be bad. Bash Wild Strike, something like that. I'm going to kill him next turn, so I'm going to block some of the damage here. Instead of taking 14, I only take 11. And we're hoping he's dead this turn. Not quite. But I can block most of that. Could have maybe drawn into something better, but yeah, that's good. Strategic play of your skills can be fine, but... Okay. Okay. Shrug it off. So it's gonna be rest, elite, double fight, buffed elite. $17 damage is a lot. I'm actually gonna do that, because one cost for 17 can be substantial. I have to take that. That's so good. Compared to that. Yeah. Give me damage. Not really damage, but... Alright. Bash plus the buffed Wild Strike would have been ideal. There's the bash. We're gonna take too much damage again against this fucker. Every time. I don't have a power through this time either, so I do have Shrug It Off. Should have done this already. That'll get him close. Now we just need the tungsten. Yeah, that'd be great. Why didn't I bash first? Because I'm an idiot. He'd have been dead. Or very nearly. And now I can't kill him. So I'm taking... Okay. Thank you. Bottled Flame? Might as well be the buffed Wild Strike. Nope. We'll see how this fight goes. Maybe I get lucky and get like a blood potion or a regen potion. That'd be nice. Should have played Evolve. Would have drawn when I drew that. Wouldn't have been able to put up the defense, but... Damn it. One card different there, and he's either dead or I'm fully defended. Let's go for it. Oop, wrong one. Not a bad fight so far. Might be healthy enough going into the boss. We'll see. Or into the elite. Ugh. This wasn't it. That wasn't the draw we needed. Oh, bashes 2 costs, duh. Alright, that should do it. Go shrug it off. Here we go. Okay. They have regen. Annoying. No. I want to play that. Just keep this. Because then when I draw their dazed, I draw my own cards. Which either cycles their dazed out faster or gets me to cards that kill them. So he's going to be at 25 health. I gotta do damage here. Especially with the regen coming in. We got a store right after. Good gold. Fire breathing and we're good. Juggernaut would be great. Barricade wouldn't be bad, but we're not built for it yet, so. Let's see if we draw. That way we guarantee one of them's dead. We block all but 1 damage, which is... Just work our way through them. That actually means a defend block lowers that to 1 damage. So a normal defend turns the 9 into 1 because of the Corey. Yeah, that was a good pickup. I'm pleased that I made the correct call there. That fucking... I did it again with the freaking artifact. Alright, we're taking 9 damage here, so I screwed up, but... And next turn, he'll be doing damage, and we'll need to kill him. Alright, he's dead. We can block all the damage. Yeah, just block it. Even taking 1, I don't want to. I didn't have a lot of offense in the hand anyway, so... And he won't be attacking this turn, so I can just... be offensive. Well, unless I... There we go. That's what I wanted to see. I was gonna say, unless I don't draw any attacks. Might be able to kill him. We draw okay. Gets us almost there. That does get us there. I just can't count. Okay. Alright, I gotta not bloat, but we'll keep it there for now. Fire breathing? Metallicize I will take, though. Get rid of a strike. Alright. We'll rest up. Probably is the wrong boss, isn't it? No, this is fine. Extra health here is not a problem. We'll play Metallicize. Let's look for... I was looking for Dark Embrace, but... Damage is also good here. Didn't need defense. Should have cycled that all off because he wasn't attacking. Now he's attacking. And it's a big one. Ow! Metallicize is great. Block almost all of it. All but 3. And we lower that quite a bit. Very good. So this is only going to do 4 damage to us. So that's if I didn't block at all. It's a good boss for that relic as well. Just 1/1, yeah. Only his big swings really hurt, so... Do I even need Dark Embrace? We're not really exhausting anything, so... So he's like, oh, only my big attacks? Here you go. Yeah, how about you change forms? Ya bish. Now he's vulnerable. Take 1 damage here, but got more offense out. And as long as they don't die, my health doesn't matter in this fight, as long as we win. Should have defended myself first for attacking him, though. That was dumb. I will take 8 damage here, unfortunately. He does another big hit, and it's going to be a problem, but... It's a big hit of my own. That's good. He gets through the defend with just 1 swing, so... It's 1 damage, but I'd rather get damage on him. He's gonna charge up for his big attack. Damn, bad draw. This is gonna be close. I can't push him through. So just defend as much as I can. Alright. He had 9 armor and then 16 more to transform, so that wasn't gonna do it. Rolled the deck over. I'm not sure that's a good thing, but I can use this if I need to defend myself. If he's not double attacking, I'm okay. I think that does it. Yeah. Cool. Alright. 1 boss down. Feed? Immolate's really good, though. And if I get fire breathing, the burn is actually a benefit. I'm gonna go with my gut, and it says immolate over feed. Black blood. I want to go the bell, but if I don't get fire breathing, we're in a really bad spot. I'm gonna go for it. Okay. That might help me get it. Lizard Tail's excellent. Mercury's good. That was worth it. That was definitely worth it. 2 stores on the left. That's where we're starting. That's true, Muffin Man. That's very true. Okay, I want to see the immolate. Ugh. Alright, well, let's just do this, this, this. Ground that one. Tungsten rod, man. That's what I need. Mercury's gonna put that one... The Mercury will kill this one in 2 turns. He is attacking, but meh. Slow down a little bit. We're all right here. I'll do 1. That'll do 6. He's dead. Ooh, what a shit draw. He wasn't attacking, but he's gonna buff himself. Yeah, this thing is paid off already, for sure. Well over. Kills this one. Doesn't quite kill this one. Because he's in the air, which is weird. It's weird that when they're, like, in the air, I get, like, physical attacks maybe doing less, but, like, it's like setting the thing on fire. Like, come on. Telling me that does less damage? Bullshit. Power through, plus. Come on. Fire breathing. Nope. Bronze Scales is pretty tempting. But we have another store right there. So I don't think I'm actually taking anything here. I'm not going to do removal either because it's basically all my gold. Alright, let's see. Easy fight. We're going to take 6 damage. It blocked the first one, but the second one does the full 6. Bash is good. Gets her vulnerable. The reason for Dark Embrace is she puts Dazed in my deck, so at least it helps me there. I'll cycle more. Okay. Block all the damage. 9/2. This is why I need fire breathing. Doesn't quite get us there. We take the full, like, 2 more defense and we were fine. Immolate ends it. Very good. Alright, I gotta slow down on making sure I don't bloat here. As I oft am wont to do. Don't need the evolve this time. Little defense. Big wild strikes. Oh, fuck. I looked at that wrong. I was 1 off. I would have shrugged it down to 1. But I can't count, apparently. Now we're gonna take a hit there. Bitch! Stop healing, you bitch! No good draw. Unless she heals again, though. I'll have him with the wild strike. Oh, no, he's gonna shield her, though. Yeah, not himself. And she healed, because she's a bitch. Well, at least there's no damage. Got him anyway. Cool. She did buff her strength. Yeah, she's a total bitch. I wish I had played the Dark Embrace that I said I didn't need this fight. Yeah. Calculated that wrong. Oh, not even Dark Embrace. Evolve is the one, but now she's so close to being done that I don't care. Immolate ends her. Wild strike, strike. We got options. That's it. Nope. Come on, store, be a good one. Just can't get it. Not gonna see another store till up here. Keep the deck thin. Elite rest elite. Or rest elite rest. I'm gonna slow it down just a little bit and make sure I don't lose here. Or try to make sure. I'm gonna skip. Well, I'm glad I have the immolate. Hopefully I can draw it. There's a risk to play the second one there, because if I draw the immolate and then roll it over, I'm screwed. But trying to minimize some of the damage here. Didn't draw it. Rough. We block all that damage, though. Good chance we draw it, but... well, it'll kill him. He would have been dead anyway. I should have put the bash somewhere else. Except that I can't attack. Well, we didn't draw it. Look at that. That's lucky we didn't draw it. We're still taking a beating here, but... I do have the lizard tail, so even taking a beating isn't the worst thing. It's kind of weak now. It only kills him, but obviously correct. I mean, it does a lot of damage to them. It's not like it doesn't do anything. We block all the damage with Power Through Plus. Okay. Fight could have done a lot more damage to me, so relatively pleased. Nope. I need to go to this elite so I can get an elite before the store instead of after. Otherwise, I can't get the store. So we'll go here, here, and then that way. I need the Sapphire Key, though. T-set's fine, but it's only one turn. Fire breathing, fire breathing, fire... Fuck! No fire breathing. Ghostly armor, flame barrier. Probably shrug it off. Double tap with immolate could be great, but only if it's like an AoE fight and it takes all the energy of the turn. I'll take another shrug it off. Fire breathing would have been so nice to see there, obviously. I have a store coming up. Can no longer become frail. That's probably good. Immolate, please. Actually, keep that. And this can kill this guy. I don't know why I didn't flex first, because my brain doesn't equate muscles with immolate, but obviously it's just an attack, so it would work, but it would boost the damage. Whatever. Minor. Kind of an unfortunate draw when he's not attacking, but... I either want power through or some way to get back around. We can't draw through the deck that fast, though. Well, we can definitely help. And we can kill this guy. At least the second one only did one, so that wasn't terrible. Now I have power through? Come on. Ah! Of course. Of course that's the way it went. And now we really want Immolate, and of course we just cycled it over. Mercury is doing some work here, though, so that's not a bad thing. I guess I need to get rid of the damage, yeah. Flex was fine there, but whatever. They're actually not a concern. They buff strength, but mostly they just defend. Ugh. Really? Like nothing. Just gonna eat 36 damage. No defense in the hand. Son of a bitch. Well, that might be, telling. Yeah, my draws are fucking miserable right now. Hopefully he's, nope. That might be it. Not quite yet. I shouldn't have done that because I could have rolled Immolate over again. Which I kind of need to draw. Or he needs to not be beating the shit out of me, which he's probably gonna be. Even Immolate doesn't... Yeah, I'm dead. Maybe. Nah, there's nothing I can draw. Oh my god! Ah! Those turns I didn't flex? Yeah, that cost me my run. Fucking dumbass I am. Lizard Tail. I had Lizard Tail, that's right. We're not done. I knew what I was doing. I fucking didn't... It was just ugly up here. Shut up about it. Alright, we're still going. I would take Heavy Blade, but I have no other strength stuff. Who's the boss? Still no fire breathing. Unfortunate. Basically buying Cleave just for hoping I can get through this boss. Flex Plus is fine. Still no fire breathing. It's not bad damage to start. Something. We can draw off our wounds. Doesn't kill him, but... I can kill one of them, or I can shrug it off. Let's kill one of them. That might be the death of me, but... I would have bashed, but he was already vulnerable, so... Overdrew the Metallicized that way. Shit, draw! Daggers, yeah. I can't become frail at least, but I'm vulnerable and that's a huge attack. And I have no defense. Fantastic! Well, this run's over. 4 health, like, fuck me. And a 31... He's not summoning! Isn't he supposed to summon? He's supposed to summon his little minions. Fucking hell, man. And now I have nothing but defense when he's not... When he's not attacking me. I have literally 0 attacks in hand. Come on! Well, he didn't summon. That might be okay. Nope, that's it. Nothing I can do. Unfortunate. Gave it a good go, though. All right, folks. I think that's going to be where I wrap up for today. We'll be back Tuesday, probably with more hard mode, going after another start, to try to get another start going. Yeah, that loss today was unfortunate, but thank you guys for tuning in. I appreciate it. It means the world to me. We're going to keep going with hard mode for now, see if we can get some traction, figure out, maybe I've got to, I'm going to be working on adapting my strategy and changing things and seeing if we can get a run off the ground and go even further. It does feel like there's a lot more RNG in the early game. Maybe it's just confirmation bias. Maybe the previous runs I didn't get lucky. That took a dozen chances each time to get a run going, so we kind of got to get lucky, and I don't like that, but that's the way it is, so... You guys have been awesome. I appreciate each and every one of you hanging out today. I hope you enjoyed the XCOM and a little bit of Slay the Spire. Thank you for the good times, good vibes, good conversations, and I'll see you all next time, right here in the Echo, where each and every one of us has a voice. Good night, God bless, be good people. I'll see you Tuesday, folks. Adios.